How's it going, everybody? How's it going, B? How you be, B? Hope your stomach's doing better. Hope everyone's kicking ass today. We'll play some Final Fantasy, starting with Endwalker. And, let's start. Actually, I should switch my game over, huh? There we go. Horse? Novus, do you have some time to talk? Like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers. Was me. In a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization called the Telophori. The Telophori's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. Unless we find a way to deal with the corrupt aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anymore. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. Well, after what happened to Arvenwald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophori are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one of other delightful fellow, Zenos Galvis, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodies fighting in the War of Succession, but that's since changed and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appear to have been tempered. With nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice, born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seemed safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telophori. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only a prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. You'll find a way to Charlayan, I'm sure of it. Master Fortunault. Comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. Forum knows more than it's letting on. Sorry to interrupt. Just received word from Mistress Kryle. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Laminsa and board the next ship bound for Charlayan. On arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldesian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. The arrangements may be settled, but what are your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. Eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. Yeah, he's nervous because of his dyad. I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. That was a lot of music. That was a big build-up. Go to Limsa Laminsa. Tataru. Oh, everyone's here. Everyone's here, which is good. Okay. Which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Chilean should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have your luggage close at hand. I thought we had our own airship. What the fuck? Why would he pay for passage?
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louisois of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
He robbed him.
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Honestly, I don't think you give a shit
Will
about
this
him
be your
stealing
first
from your
visit
dad.
to Charlian, Sir Estinian?
Dad's an asshole.
Sir Estinian?
Oh, has he been there before?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
Can call you by your full name. Piece of shit,
I'd rather you
Estinian.
dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
Ha!
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
Tataru, I so blue.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Me? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just... We're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends. I'll hold you to that.
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Coulternay! What brings you all this way?
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
Fucking hold you to that.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Charlian!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, please, be careful.
And so you venture forth unto the unknown.
Who's saying that?
A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice.
Bros before hoes.
That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end.
Did this just tell me everyone's gonna die? What the fuck?
Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Kind of a fucking weird spoiler. If that's the case.
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
New place. Oh.
Here.
Oh shit.
Feel.
Don't tell me to do the third one. I can't do the third one. Can't really do the first one either.
The day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt. Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Oops. What the hell? A ghost?
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
Well, it didn't fucking reach you in the last expansion.
Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
I can trust your words no longer. Kinda true.
After your sojourn in the First, I believe you have your answer. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Eidolon has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered.
7 times? I thought it was like 3.
The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield.
So I thought
Yet though it
Winfilia was like
taxes
the
me
person you are.
sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms. Monumental. Which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Cast your peepers to the fore, folks. Charlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taken a look at the island already?
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
The fuck's a prow?
Ah, the sleepers have arisen. There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
Oh shit, Endwalker rock metal or whatever the fuck
Home.
song's going on.
Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own.
Fuck your
if we
father.
must.
I'll beat
You
the
do
shit out of
know
him.
You're not alone in this, don't you?
Indeed, 'tis as Sir Estinian saith. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side, I prithee.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Yeah, beating the shit out of Alphino and LSA's dad. That's the answer I'm looking for.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Ala Megan soil. So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
Is this the fucking enemy talking to us and narrating? What the hell?
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlian all but severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Charlian only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
They can do whatever the fuck they want, probably.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed. The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions. Kral has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldessian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration offices were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
Tia, don't fucking walk so far ahead of us. What the hell? Oh, okay, we caught up.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldessian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Hold on, Thancred's an Archon?
Ishtola rule.
What the hell? What did he do? Steal his way through it?
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with the citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Your mother. Wait.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny.
Yeah, they're fuck-ups. It's all good. They're my kids now.
And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
Why are they
We
troubled?
shall keep that in mind.
Your fucking area doesn't do shit. What do you mean?
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Hey, Sop, we kill things.
Name and occupation?
Fucking adventure, I guess. I don't know.
An adventurer. Well, I suppose that is considered a valid calling in your native Eorzea. And it does indeed match the profile provided. You may enter. And you, sir?
I got a lance.
Justinian Valino, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Also an adventure.
if you'll allow me... My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
Well, I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. I think my bow's already better. No, it's not. Oh fuck, that looks like shit. There we go. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Novus and Estinian's first time in Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit, and people you are dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? I don't care. It is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, but I should like to nose around the neighborhood all the same. I'm equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up this opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetherite Plaza, wasn't it? Oh, she'll join you there anon. She'll see you there. I do have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith while I leave. What have you, Estinian? My services are a guide for yours for the asking. Won't be necessary until we reconvene. I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. Kyle, are you into Estinian? Oh, Raha, would you like to join us? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Haha, old man. Oh, of course, if you'll have me. Come, Novus. Charlene awaits. After you, my friend, I am more content to follow your lead. Okay. All set, let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. Kyle's now also accompanying, okay. Ooh, neat. This place is called the Peristyle. This is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You find the unusual necessities for daily living and other important vitals turning an island nation. It also supplies that further Charlene's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these stacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. While the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. See no reason why you couldn't undertake any task which pique your interest. You've been cleared by the immigration officials, after all. Look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Charlene the same way it is in yours, yeah. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliac Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlene people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliac was chosen as their patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with a rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Charleans can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. That is a sight one could hardly forget, the great statue of Thaliac. The student of Baldesian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val. I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned to the ship to the city. There's a god in Magic the Gathering that has like the jar of flowing water and shit too. Here we are, the Last Stand. I have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlean tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. Encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. The Last Stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlene, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts, in an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as one of the most impressive items on the menu, not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were typical Charlene when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha, surely Tataru has taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. You should all stop in when the time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe, and there will take us up to the 8th rate plaza. Speed. Oh, my guard's on my shoulder. Ha! An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that is perfectly functioning aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before I move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlene stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. In deciphering the underlying principles of Elegant aetherites, it allows us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. Now, if we go to our next destination, our paths lead northeast to the Agora, Charlene's largest marketplace. Oh, I forgot to do the small aetherites. Oh well. Back south. And we can go to the west a little bit. Ooh, that's a neat axe. Or was that a scythe? That could have been a scythe. Oh, we got more talking points. That's the entrance to the Confluence. I have no doubt their expertise will prove useful at some point, so I just suggest you remember the way here. Speaking of aetherites, those teleportation fees do add up after a while, which is why I tended to rely on the far cheaper ferry services. I was pleasantly surprised when Mrs. Tatru informed me that the Scions are reimbursed for transportation costs as part of our duties, but I find old habits hard to break. That, and I'd rather not be bothered filling out the necessary paperwork. That's fair. Ooh, books. Well. These little open-air book stalls are so uniquely Charlayan. I'd always thought them a common sight until I visited other nations. Do you mind if I browse the shelves for a moment? There might be some hidden gems I've yet to read. Only a moment. How optimistic. Feel free to browse all you like, but we won't wait around for you. Perhaps I'll return here later then. Ooh. Neat. Oh god. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has practical relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetherite Plaza, follow the path north, then climb up the stairs to the imposing building at the very top. Is there an Aetherite in there? No. What? Uses an equalizer? Ah, okay. Whoa, whoa. That shouldn't be on. I don't have dual sense. Alright. What's this one? This is the Nifeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Australians, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder that the Great Flood, which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. These little decorative features are typical Australian architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters on the Isle of Val are rather simple and rustic by comparison. It's a lot of fountains. Ooh, there's an either here. I get that. Gotta get that. Doom. The grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Though the stage has since evolved into a council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies from here. One can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put in mind on my arrival at first, those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the final settlement I could ever think of. The great city of Shrelian. Bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, a Crystarium. I can also almost see its echo. I see you feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the counselors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, adventure, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with this fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east, and continue straight ahead. Oops. Fell too far. We arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this is where those who put ashore with Archon Yunkrempf to build their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Australian families. You'll see that the one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. The estate belongs to our friend from House Levier. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. With that, we bring our little Charlene tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now she'll head directly to Baldesian Annex. You remember the way, don't you, Raha? We think we head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza. After you, Novus. First, I gotta get this Aetheryte, but then that other Aetheryte. Get a new minion. ancient one. Trillian is full of educational and research institutions. There are still professors who prefer to establish their own private purchases. Not that I ever attended the exclusive schools they run in these residences. Perhaps the twins could tell you more about them. Right, we cross this bridge here as I recall. Stick to the path and be careful not to end up back in the Aetherite Plaza. I mean, is that not where we're going, is Aetherite Plaza? Oh no, we're going past it. Do I have this one? I do. I don't have the studium or the annex. Oh no, this is the annex. I just don't have the studium. As a joyous look on the Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldesian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive at the doorstep of Phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. I'm back, and I brought Novus and Graha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Novus. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika Sunjika has been an age. Sorry, I only know you from the future. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldesian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The Champion of Eorzea is featured prominently in Kryle and Graha's reports. So for me, this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. An honor to meet your acquaintance. Places like a second home for the students. The Isle of Vale served as our main headquarters, of course. We often had occasion to visit Charlayan, whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. The Annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members who engage in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the Annex has served as our base of operations. Yet it feels so empty, with so many lost to us. Our organization is a shell of its former self. Day will come when we'll see the students rise again. First, we must ensure that the Telophori fall. Or fail. I don't know. One of the two. That door on the left is where there's the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is, you probably have time to rest before our discussions begin. Bed private quarters prepared for you in Andrin, so please feel free to make yourself at home. The nap room's perfect for an afternoon dose. Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. For more, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. Cheap roadside inns are exactly where it's at. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad, we would slip into the Andrin just to steal a few winks. Thus became known amongst the students as nap rooms. Even in many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word and I'll be happy to show you to the chamber. The others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Well, is this like a Kami cosplay? It's pretty cool. Still have no response from my BTS Pog people. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois. Yet despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, he had simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
Your mother. Oh!
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it. As for our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldesion. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown. The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nidana, an alchemist residing in distant Favnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. It is possible nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Who's that? Ah, shit, it's
Assuming
me.
we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice.
No.
But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Oh shit, Icy's back. How are you, Icy? How have you been? Hope you've been kicking ass.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would
What
be
do you
more
mean, why
likely
is everything
to
so
succeed
cheap?
were you to lead the charge on
Oh.
both fronts.
Well, one bug is back. You can spam bug all you want. I gotta come up with a really long, big channel point thing, like something that's worth 50k or 100k or something. I just don't know what. I'll have to figure it out. If you have any ideas, let me know. Bug's not working right now, though. I have to turn it off. I got a new update, but there's a bug where I can't change its volume on my end, and it's like piercingly loud, so I gotta wait for them to send me that. That might be ready by tomorrow. But yeah, I gotta come up with a large, something good for a large channel point thing. I'll get there. But the videos and bug I wanted to be spammable, so that's why they're cheap.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned. As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Sharlayan. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
Of course, the more the merrier.
Right. The rest of us will make the journey to Thavnair. Thoughts? Objections?
I passed through Thavnair on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I do like the streams where you can, after so many points, you can choose a game to play. But when I do more, when I have one of the 5 days be like purely retro, I'm gonna have like polls every week on Discord for what game to play next. So that's probably not a good idea for me. I don't know, I'll figure it out. I'll do something that's large.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and
I'll do some
Urianger.
research after the stream.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request.
I don't know why it doesn't do it on the phone. That just doesn't make sense. But thanks for the sub, Icy. It's much appreciated. Welcome back.
Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
Yeah, I don't think any of this stuff. Yeah, 530, 530. Okay. So this gear isn't better, but maybe it looks cool. Who knows? Shows up as a pop-up. I just haven't added it. Oh, okay, maybe. Oh, it's just the jacket. That looks like shit. Oh, that's just the boots, okay. Unsettling changes come over Charlayan, but together we will divine an underlying cause for the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already gone to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlayan's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let's reconvene outside Nuomo, shall we? Exit the annex to the right and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. Wait, am I supposed to be helping both parties? Oh, I am. I have Kral's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Riskarain 2? I don't know what Riskarain does, actually. I mean, I know the name, but I don't think I've seen it ever. Riskarain 2. Roguelike third-person shooter. Oh, I think I've seen this once. How is it? I having fun with it? It's really fun. You'd probably like it. I do kind of like some roguelites, so I might have fun with it. Kral is the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Whoa, what's going on here? Thou wilt recall the hunt for ice art unto those sanctuary we delivered thee, owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moenbryda. Moenbryda was an authority on aetherology, field the study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Oh. Have you gone to see them yet? Oh, I didn't think that game would have mods. Not an easy game? Oh, I'd be garbage at it then. I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. It hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that faithful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, unless have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Did a run last night, and after like 10 minutes I threw the hardest boss in the whole game of me because I was doing good. It one-shot me. Nice! Is that just normal game, or is that specifically with mods? Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath been long overdue. If it's settled, well, let's be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. Okay. That makes sense. Let's go here. It's closer. Also increases depending on how many enemies you defeat and such. That's just destroying everything. Okay. So it's got everything is based essentially on how you do. Gotcha. That makes sense. Well, now this is a rather lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kryl and the students of Baldesian. We seek passage to Thavnir and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Also has a randomizer. Is that like a choice or is that just base? Test subjects. Oh, you hadn't heard? Well, then allow me to explain. In order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're in a mess of aetheryte hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. If I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it, to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. We've finally done it. We created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, the language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherytes, but the aetherytes themselves must have pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. It just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherytes, one has been installed here in Charlayan, the other over in Yedlmaid. Oh my god. Poor town in Thavnir. Doesn't randomize everything though, just the stages and bosses. Well, I know base, but like, is the randomizer guaranteed every run, or is that like an option you can tick on or off? As we know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radzatan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we're the test subjects, these aetherytes. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, I might say these aetherytes were made for people like your good self. Magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. Okay, so that's just how the... Okay, gotcha. Veritable dream come true. Far be it for me to worry about such things. Do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? Dungeon roguelikes where the dungeon is different every time? Yeah. Generally, even like with like different dungeons and like different rooms and everything, usually the order of bosses is similar. The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It comes as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the life stream. In a statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. It's plain that you are most people. Mr. Kryl truly knows how to pick them. If I might change the subject, our Master Wolfson and Mistress Blowida not present today. I didn't hear. They recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Well, let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside of the Aetheryte Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Oh, you'll be able to play soon, I'm sure. Now I got kicked butt. Study the shit out of things.
set? Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned
Okay.
to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please? Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
You think you do this one at a time, not all 3 together. What the hell?
Oh, and one last thing.
I forgot your seatbelt.
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
Teensy weensy. Violent.
What?
Oh, God.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han.
the
Rising
hell?
from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps
Cricket's
a
gonna be
fog
sick
of
immediately, isn't he?
madness. What choice do you have? What chance?
Oh, shit.
Against such an insidious foe?
This is interesting music.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let a Stinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Uh-oh. Oh, looks like I gotta go help. Oh shit, is this a quest? Ow. I need 3 drinks, something that helps with aether sickness. By the Manusa, traveler. I mean, greetings. Greetings and welcome. You're wise concerned to come to meet my special Amra Lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavnir, I'm pleased to offer to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. Holy shit. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. Bargain almost amongst bargains. Like to be understand what you need to tell me that's so urgent. But I shouldn't buy the lassie, the merchant is swindling me. And serious apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil. The confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well done, your coin. I'll free you, take them to the others and get some rest. Okay, but you can't be in the markets. You're a fucking idiot. But back after I've explored the town, just not the markets. In fact, give me your money. Praise be the 12, my stomach doth loosen its death grip. Our felt thanks to the Anastinian be fine with the fruit of this land. You were in time? Excellent, you spared us Tatru's wrath. I'm right. Can never upset Tatru. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. I have bound it. Does the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. Yes, we got the cord for it. Ah, local vendor. That man said it's a Thavnarian weave. Tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. Oh my god, he spent 10,000 on a rubber band. A steel, I was told. There's nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. It's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. One mustn't be too quick to paint a diverse people with a single brush. If such doth prove to be commonplace, I would presume it's symptomatic of societal instability. Claiming Thavnir as a dominion, the nation of Aradzatan hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arkasodara Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hainish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All this hath combined to make a trading power of Radzatan, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs to be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, the opportunistic pricing is rampant, thus suggests that oversight is much weakened, and perhaps that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye, leave not to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kyle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlamald? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. What's this? And gear. Let's split up and make inquiries in town. Now this appears yours. Once we learn what we can regroup by the 8th, right? Off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Well, now that we'll be attuned to it, it won't matter, right? Alright, so this place has aether currents as well, huh? Ah, it's up there. Found it. Can't get to the north yet, so I'll wait on that one. Fruit. Gimme. I've just been sitting here. Ooh, a little white tiger thing. That's dope. Oh, there's just like no commerce here whatsoever, huh? What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kalzal, though not me his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could play Kalzal a visit. You'd be glad to have tidings from abroad. Like as now, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the Harbor Guild, building across the water from here. Where's the last one? Oh, over here. Found it. Well, now that it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Naranar. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it spawned fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. Oh, okay, so it's ruining travelers, essentially. Travelers can't get here because there's a lot of monsters in the middle of that area. Gotcha. The Damaskans aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And there's this tower sitting on our doorstep spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. Can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. This will be an enormous loss. Alright, forget about the Dalmaskins. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hanish favorites. This outfit kind of looks cool. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. You know all these things, Kazal. I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Someone who kills people. What you need? But you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. Batter. I see, that's a shame. Okay. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. I don't think you understand. I kill monsters. My name is Matya, and I'm here to see Kalzal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. What a fucking shitty salesman. Pay attention. They could have had a potential customer. Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzal too, did you? I'm Atya, fisherman of Akyali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. Welcome back. Hey, there it is. Welcome back, Icy. Hopefully your studying is going well. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hardworking man and I do not care to disturb him. If I may ask, what is that you do? Yeah, it's really weird that it does that. I don't know why they don't have it accessible on phone. An adventure, you say? As you travel the world helping people? Must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? See, I brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. Problem is, I'm terrible with people. Only ever dealt with Kalzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. Please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead? Show me how it's done? No one's buying shit right now. I'll buy it from you, though. If you're willing, please let me know. We can begin at once. Alright, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people. You had Lamad? I may observe you and learn. Oh, there's gonna be a lot of joining and shit, isn't there? Hey buddy, I like your pants. Yes. Fish, fish, I got fish here, fresh fish straight from the sea's bosom to your mouth. I'm sure your bosom fish are very fresh, but this is rather sudden. Don't need any fish right now, so thanks, but no thanks. Ah, shit. Never mind, never goes well the first time. I'm sure you feel better with the next customer. Fuck, I fucked up. I love that he just drops and comes up. Was me. A hawker, are ya? Do you sell fruit by chance? So I want to buy some amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Amra shamra, my fresh fish. The only thing you need? No. Said it's amra I want. If I wanted fish, I would have asked for it. Shit. Well, it's not. If it's not what they want, then there's no point forcing it. Let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? So fucking bad at selling. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh god, it's my stomach. Alright, right, play for a little bit. Then study. Gotta study. Play a game, study. Play a game, study. Aether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. I'm in a hurry to get back to work. I just ate a little too quickly. Well, that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. So I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. Better to be prepared. Stockpiling supplies for that. I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. What about fish? Aye, well, fish wouldn't be bad, but I don't want to go through the hassle preserving them myself. I'd rather buy stuff that's already ready to store. I'm afraid we'll have to pass on your fish, and if you'll excuse me, I might be getting back to work. Ah, fuck. I suck. Too bad we couldn't make a sale, but I did manage to build something of a relationship. Thanks so much for your demonstration. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Can't let us return to the pier. I had tuned to this Aether, right? I keep forgetting. I'm pretty sure I had tried twice. Yep, cool. Thanks so much for showing me how to talk to customers, though you didn't manage to sell any fish in the end. But you fearlessly approached strangers gave me much courage. When I peddle my wares, I'll remember your example. Endeavor to be fearless too. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. Hope that things will return to normal for Calzal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matzia? Calzal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore. Sorry, Matzia, I truly am, but for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself? I can't. Want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. Pour my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. Friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Don't worry, Matzia, I'm gonna go fuck up some monsters so your fish can sell. Not to worry, using what I learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. Spian. So you've been busy? Managed to learn a tidbit or two of trust? Yes. We gotta fight. See, we also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not unwholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. As before, the mean use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual at the for the Telofori. Then Matzia, fellow you were helping, he's Arkazodara, is he not? Apparently it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arksoda would be their primary targets, for 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land. Many are devout adherents still. Better go after him. Akiali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. Settle then, keep your eyes peeled while I make for the village. T-Rex! No Matsu yet. Oh shit, there's regular sized elephants too. Does that mean regular sized elephants have fucked humans? That's what I'm gathering. No, leave me alone, help. Somebody help. Hang on, Matsuya, we gotta go get this, Aether Current first. That will help you. It's really important. turtle. Here to fuck you up. Don't worry, I got you, Matsuya. Huh? Where'd they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. Yeah, I had a detour, but I got there. When your friends came to look for me, I don't know how to thank you. When I went home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers, we heard that the Arxadora were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean's all we have. I see. It's your decision to make, but you should not take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What can thou tell us about these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities, they're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted in a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. Time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, unless we will learn all we may about them, without not tell us of the divinities and their true nature. You've come all this way to save us, really? To think I had you peddling fish? But to answer the question, yes, of course, we would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. Please come to our village. We're good God-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share knowledge and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akyali? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. Can't miss it. So, 'tis the simulacra of Thavnaran gods that are being summoned. If any doubt that existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. Pray that we will be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. Hey, as you said, we do well to study the religious traditions of Takyali. Forgot I could be on a mountain here. Welcome to Akiali, my friend. That name means White Beach. There isn't much here to save that, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. None of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with... Or any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse to start with Kanga and old Hus Veda. They're free at the moment, as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Well, Swampfish, in case I'm happy to oblige. I don't know how it is once you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups: Nanusia, beings of wisdom who assume their form of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their form and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience. By heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and living better lives. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? I'd like to hear. Prick up ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusa and the Murga deities, who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually seeking the wisdom of Manusa, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusa coveted the might of the Murga, until they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. Isn't that an Indian culture thing? Like the head of an elephant in the body of a man or something? From then on, a sign of their esteem for one another. The Manusa have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you the saying scroll which depicts three of our most revered deities. What the heck? These are Manusa. You heard about them already, yes? Three sisters. Center one is the eldest, Cinderuva, a goddess of wisdom. For this alchemist, hold her in the highest. To the right is her middle sister, Cinderava, is a goddess of wealth. She counts many traders among her followers. On the left is Minderuva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by the weavers. She looks like she's gonna stab somebody. Though each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. Like fashion to the Manusa, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what are the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were reserved as guardian deities in terms of conflict. If occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is God, a god who possesses a Gasha's head. He is venerated as a progenitor of the Arkasodara. Then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. We worship dragons too. It is said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Razatan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. Who the fuck thought that? You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I'm confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. This is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I'll pray for your success. Alright, I believe it's time we sought out Kral's of Queens, an alchemist by the name of Nitana. According to Kral's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. So you're going to see Nitana. Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. God damn, Mancia. Probably close to that other Ethernet. Macia's in love. Let's make sure we get everything we can. I'm here. Oh god. Oh fuck.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
Why are they asleep like this in the first place?
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
What the fuck?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
I'm a little weary of this.
Oh, happy day. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower.
Ooh, that actually interests us a lot.
Did I say something
All right, have a good
wrong?
one, Icy.
Are you not here
Kick
with
some butt
Varshan?
studying.
Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Ah, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Why are you
Tell
guys
me,
all sleeping on the floor?
How
I'm
did you
worried.
acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
I have a feeling this dragon's like trapped and they're like robbing it.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragonkin, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Yep.
Speaking of
Why are they
dragon
all so
blood,
fast?
you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so.
Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Start
Cease
hitting
your
them.
shoving, or so help me.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk? As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent a request to your Mistress Kryl. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Meanwhile, Estinian. Oh God. Ooh, a mender. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. The Kryl herself is tied up with another investigation. Novus is an eminently capable substitute. He'll spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, this satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we're still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Hey, we kind of solved that part at least. The methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protected property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test. Here's where you and your blessing of light come in. Thank you. Lest you wonder, we ask that you only serve as an escort. I'll explain in greater detail later. You'll be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how your blessings shields you. With your permission, of course. In that case, Urianger and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as how, as you all work with the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We'd be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the great work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. Meet you at the top after seeing some preparations. To the top of the hill. Drunken what? Hope you didn't have any trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. Give you the fruit of our sweet tears and many a sleepless night, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of aether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe aether sickness. For your test, you'll be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. You're like a foot from it. I don't think that's a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. You're to a safe distance if you're not the subject. What do you mean stand back? Like what? Next. Kind of weird that has me move and then come back. No, get out of the way. Wait, come closer. Irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Oh, one more. Thought it was only 3. There we go. Here you go, elephant. I've returned and not on your knees. Promising sign. But come, let me take the deep off your hands. Thank you. She'll replenish its aether from when we test the talisman. So no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort, and you're feeling perfectly fine. The strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There's no risk that the tower will corrupt your aether. Thus, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink. We've exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it. Spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I'd like to harvest some. With a recent spate of kidnappings, however, the Arca Soda travel alone with our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. Sure. I don't need to get paid though, but that's fine. Men your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kaja's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. Alright. Where's that ink? There's squids nearby? I don't see any water. Maybe simply imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Well, we probably are. Get fucked. Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank you, sisters. I ask you come with me. We alright, I hope. Good, let's continue on. So far now, through these pillars, choosing up their eyes. To grandmother's house we go. Da 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 da. We're off to see the wizard. What the hell? This is a strong boy. Oh, that stretch of land with a cliff is probably where we need to go, huh? Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. Happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I'll set about harvesting it once, and it'd be good is to stand guard. Kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better be safe than sorry. Are those kidnappers doing anything with these fucking massive lizards?
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing. Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjord from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people, but when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
Like how you can see the towers, like little line there on the right.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen? Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
Have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Sit back. Hey, how do I get on there? Oh, I can't get off here. Well, damn. Teleport back. And thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're a little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. You are both back. Excellent. A message for you, Mr. Sinatana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. When last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Riange told everyone about their tempering cure. Nistinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have been since inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. See well, it leads to new possibilities, and far be it for me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. Be happy to attend to this if you'd like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, in good conscience. Oh god, that was a long one. How's it going, Raito? Hope you're doing well. I'll drink something. Was me. Much as I appreciate the offer. Oh, I already read that. Nova's low that might have pressed another task on you so soon. Might ask you to fetch the Giant Skull. In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing its hardness to an ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, a ply named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. Let me impose on you once more. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zainuha. He will furnish you with the ore. Oh, wasn't me. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that'll take me to the outpost nearby. Being very mad today, which is why I'm returning to Zalert. Ah, no problem, Raito. Hope you get better soon. Feel very less meh as soon as you can. May we borrow a pair of hamsa, Mistress Santana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I'll bring the hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Oh shit, there's a blue quest. That could be an Aether Current quest. Could even be a boat. It is. I'm gonna skip it though, because I don't care. Here are Hamsa Novus. If the creature looks familiar, it's because they are close to the kin of Eorzean dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock of Thavner. Many a hatchery may be found here. The last largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. account of said hatchery being situated near the tower of the Radiant Host, repurpose its remnants as an outpost. As where Marin takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. Let's depart. Yeah, they are very fucking wobbly. I have my own mount. I don't need to wobble like this. How does this not make everybody sick? Sword Legend holds it's wielded by Manusa. Well, we're actually a lot closer to it than I thought we'd be. I don't think we should be this close. Wada. Here we are. Manned by the Radiant Host, this outpost is our first line of defense and against the tower. Well, who should it be but a young Varsharn on an errand for the satrap? His Excellency bade me to come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. Simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. Ooh, that's a neat spear he's got. Yet for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front of the battle, a place for children. Fuck, their armor looks cool too. Your predecessors too often traveled alone. Been what, 2 years now since he took over? Wonder how the fellow is faring. With those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may be now, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering, but still I worry for you. You would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you. You are as a little brother to us all. Take care. Cool, Nard Ben. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hainish by the look of him. Permit me to introduce Novus Pixel of the Eorzean contingent. Come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what's the situation like? They suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers. Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. I like how they don't want to be in the middle of it, but they themselves are being targeted and their land's kidnapped, so like, what the fuck? An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We'd be glad for any tidings you could share. You too, bring Varsharn the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telefori? You know that they're the ones behind the tower and that they declared war on the whole world. Are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. What, they want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? You bet we won't leave those bastards, let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. We should know about the tower. To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunar. We're safe from its influence at this distance. If you go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting aether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? I'll beat the shit out of a couple, I think. Or not really, I don't remember. We definitely won some battles, I just don't remember against what. Our struggles are not unique, then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until we're ready. Occurs to me I've yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Hosts, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on 2 occasions, they come in force. We had to pay a heavy price. But of the towers in Eorzea, do they likewise spawn monsters? There's a bunch the same everywhere. With the nation struggling, we cannot expect calls from outside aid to be answered. Just speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Aradzaton ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. It's the dearth of information. Everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best cede to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Were you not the path is straightforward? You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsill you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Oh, I gotta still fucking ride this thing. I can just fucking go myself. I have to... What? I still have to ride it? I don't think I'm supposed to be going up this way. Nope. Can Skyrim horse it? No. There's an ether current in here. I'm glad I just checked. I've been fucking annoyed if I had to come back. Are you serious? I have to get off this thing? Fuck. You know why I have to ride this thing in the first place? I can walk and I have my own mount. Ooh, there's giraffes here too. Kinda. I was like, get the fuck out of here. I'm done. Done with this shit. Yes, indeed, the Giant's Gall grounds, and I am Zenuha. Is there something you require? You're the exact person I need. Fancy that. Giant's Gall for the alchemists, you say? But of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower. 'Tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are, Sec the purest night gall, or Giant's Gall. We always set aside some from our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, just ask. Shit, there's another one right next to them. Nice. I'm to the southeast, but I feel like it's gonna be like one of the ones up top. But I need to go back west for this Aether Current. I couldn't do it while riding a thing. I don't want to be a part of this. Thank you, bye. Aether Currents. Oh my god, there's so many. 5 quests and 6 more on fucking jeez. Crab people. Crab people. Walrus. I use walruses with really small feet. Yes. Alright, let's get to the Aether Current quest section. And we'll teleport back to that area. To the south. Look at those legs. I can get that ether current while I'm here too. Well, there you are. Hello? There we go. And this place looks like shit. You guys aren't keeping up with it. Everything's breaking down. Alright, let's get this ether current. Oh, we can't? Oh, shit, we can't. That's right. Oh, the fuck? Do we get up here then? And by up here, I mean down there. Oh, there's gotta be like another. Alright, I'll teleport back. Fuck that. I'll get over there eventually, I'm sure. I'm almost 90. Nice. Yeah, let's hand in that ether current class, so I don't have to worry about that. Alright, right before I talk to him, I'm gonna take a small break. So I'll be right back. If you're watching and not following, please leave a follow. It'd be much appreciated. Same with everything else down below the stream in the About Me section. There's subscribing, follow me on Twitter, YouTube, TikTok. There's throwing gifts, donations. We have a Discord. There's a link tree to anyone who did art music for the stream. All of it's down below. All of it's appreciated. None of it's required. As long as you're enjoying yourself, that's all that matters. But I'll be right back. I'll leave you with some BGM and I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Hope everyone's winding down, enjoying their stream. Time to continue helping. Look back, notice. There, I hope you have the giant skull. I do an entire bag of it. Which I'm not sure if it's a lot or not. I don't know how that works. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. You'll have everything we need to make our next prototype. One that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it'll be time for the true test. So please make your ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed.
Of course, that would help us too.
I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see?
You all were facing that direction. How did you not see it?
Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Yeah, can recover you. I don't have to ask.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
We can recover if it needs to be, no worries. We got that ability.
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
I can follow the shore. That's alright. That'll work. It's all this purple shit. Fisherman's son. Oh shit, I went too far. Well, I wasn't fully paying attention. I'm here. Rather finer boat than I had expected. I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. If she become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessings are one of a kind. Perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done. Why would I not, like, why would I kill you though? I could just let you be until we get Alyssa here. The more I draw us out, the more nervous I become.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Uh-oh. Some not so good music. And Fandaniel and those are here.
So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
You probably shouldn't have that out in the open. It'll get stolen. So swoop in and steal it.
A few more steps. Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
Tower door is gonna open, isn't it?
What?
It's already partially open, what the hell? How did we lose track of her so fast? What the hell? They weren't going that quick.
Oh, let me go! Oh, let me go! Oh!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
Don't put her in that butthole wall.
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting. Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Vandaniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Vandaniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking.
What?
Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Vandaniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service.
No idea who the fuck this is.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing.
What the fuck?
Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged.
So they lived so long that they were bored?
I
Is that what's
resurrected
going
a
on?
legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon, no matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault. All is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Vandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself.
see what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see you.
Okay. You returned, but where's Mistress Nidhana? Manusa preserved just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Teleport back. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? I don't know, some hoe. So it's Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. Must read warily, or tread warily, lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. After this quest, I'll be level 90. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I'd call them I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidhana. Well, on the bright side is your thing worked perfectly, so make a bunch of those, please. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then, well, we gotta figure it out. Must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This, Nidhana proved as peril to herself. Let's make more scales, and she and all those who were taken might be saved. As alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. Please give us like notes on how you did it so we can bring that everywhere. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Sindana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention and recognition of your deeds. He wishes to meet you. Oh, we gotta talk to another dragon. In addition to thanking you in person, he would discuss further avenues of collaboration. So if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Radzatan for an audience with His Excellency? Yes. Should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be the benefit of all. When it is settled, please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I'll show you to the city. Ah, so that's how I have to get there. There's some gates. Ow. T-Rex. Right now it's time to take our time getting there. Can't fly and go faster. Wait, how did I get... Oh, the gates are up top. Fuck. It'll take me a minute to get back there. I was wondering how to get the fuck in there. It was me. These weird... Are these fucking donkey drafts? Holy shit. They look a little, inbred or something. I don't think that's how they're normally supposed to be. All present, let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert. Strict regulations are in place. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Thavnair, and to its stony surface clings the city of Radz-at-Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now.
Neat, like hook glaive style kind of thing.
Does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radz-at-Han.
Where's the dragon?
Our
What the fuck?
alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, But arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Baldessian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the First Brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility, when it seemed all would be drowned in blood. Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade. Yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
'Tis here, buried within a semblance of flesh.
Oh, so he's mini-Estinian.
The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Radzat Han. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve
he
as
is
an
him.
inconspicuous vessel for my will.
Ah, that would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another. Yet did neither one of us bear his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz Adan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told.
Oh, you know me so
'Tis
well.
upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions, and should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
Oh, cool, so we can give it to others, although we can also get
There's no
dragon
denying
scales
it's
from
a
like
dangerous
other places.
proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radz Adan, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
Okay, we met Hurry Svelgar's and fucking Needhog's younger brother. Youngest brother, I guess. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but now we have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us join our comrades in Charlene and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. If you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aether here before departing, unless of course you enjoy violent nausea. What? I was just in there. Come on. Wait, really? It wouldn't let me go anywhere else. It just said to do it. Fuck you. Well, shit. Oh well. Go over this way. Try and see if that blue class doesn't eat their current class. It is. Let's go do this quest real quick, and we'll get back to Kryl on them. Come on. Let's skip it all. Skip. Phew. Must think me foolish. I was absorbed in my task that I failed to notice the ground shaking at their approach. Oh, I don't care about this quest, so I don't know why I'm reading that now. Okay, let's go turn that in. I'll go to the others. Get out of here. Sheesh. But that wasn't the end? Gosh dang it. Is that another blue quest? Not an Aether Spirit quest? I don't care. Aether Current, not Aether Spirit. Where the fuck? I don't. It's not letting me teleport anywhere. Here, maybe? I don't know why it won't let me. I don't know. Oh yeah, can't mount up in this spot. Just I was getting used to balmy Thavnir, we're back in chilly Charlayan. Take care not to catch your death, eh? When you do to battle for battles to come. Now then, your investigation here remains, but when that's over, we can take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Yeah, now I gotta wait for the others. Just talking about shafts. That was a good one. Level 90, let's go. Traits? Okay. Got a new skill. Not 100% sure what a coda was, but we'll figure that out, I'm sure. Let's get the Aetherite up here before we talk to Kryl and them. Yeah. Pretty sure that's the only one I needed. Yep. Cool. What up, Kryl? My directions were easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of New Menon. Charlayan's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that. For the archives of New Menon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. Vast halls of the great Gubal Library pale in comparison to New Menon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlayan is free to enter and peruse its shelves. Well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I've dispatched each toll on Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alisay and Alphino will help me continue my search through the stacks, open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlayan history or foreign policy. Your task will be to go find and study relevant publications. I promise you a working knowledge of those subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they found some promising tomes. Happy reading. What the hell? Ooh, a bright book. Must mean it's smart. Long ago, on an island of the Northern Sea, there lived a rogue-guided man by the name of Njun Krepf. Njun Krepf was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for that imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Njun Krepf's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, Njun Krepf wove a mighty spell of teleportation, shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalthea's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them. It was not long before disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, young Krep gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the Ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast where they built a new ship. Then upon returning to the northern seas, landed on the beach of an island, settled upon that very spot. The settlement prospered and grew, and in time became the city of Charlene we live in to this day. Many years ago, on the banks of Thaliok in the Dravanian hinterlands, a Charlean colony once thrived. The settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. Scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As the rumor spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated, with the Eorzean students hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charleans. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become of a flourishing town as an official Charlean colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Charlean, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlean inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as the Emporium. Following the exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves the corner of the abandoned colony, gave it yet another name, Shire. Interesting. So the motherland from here used to be Idleshower, which is why the old lady is still around there. I think we knew that, though. I think they kind of explained that in Idleshower. Many years which followed the founding of Charlean, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. A larger number of participants gave rise to even larger debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlean would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. This was the forum, and I note today conceived and created. Oh, there's so many books. I'm not reading all these. Well, I mean, I'm gonna read them, but I'm not gonna. There's just too much. I thought there was only gonna be 3 total. Nope. There we go. Sorry, were you waiting long? Wanted to make sure I'd borrow at least a few promising volumes. Elf-known Kryl should be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mention the final day specifically, so I have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they're even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share discoveries as we make them. Would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate. Plenty of comfortable places to read and a ready supply of hot tea. I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. Seems our dear father has instructed the staff and that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlene, we would not be allowed to cross the threshold. A harsh measure indeed, and hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Or exist yet? I don't know how that fucking works. Oh, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlene, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnir. The Elegans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikot to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. When the Fifth Calamity froze the sea solid, many of the tribes still living in Corphos braved the journey back to Eorzea. The ancestors, however, chose to remain. They might prevent the remnants of elegant technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Galarian rule? The past 50 years, yes, some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces. Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amonis. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in elegant civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Elegant no longer passed our eldest children as reliably as once had. The fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales. The decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Alag. As the last child with the Elegant I was given over the custody of friends to the students of Baldesian, who had me registered as a Charlene citizen. Have you even considered forgive me? It was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louis Soir, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common among Charlene's than you might think. Regardless of our origins, we were all provided with an equal opportunity to learn and with sufficient perspicacity. We outsiders couldn't even earn the vaunted title of Archon. This is exactly why I have such love for this country. Why I wish it to remain a nation of which the citizens can be proud. You hear? Another good reason to get to the bottom of the foreign stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Novus. Our company should be arriving any moment now. We've returned with our selections. Though I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryl was always flicked away through every history book devoted to disasters, more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps our knowledge of the final days comes as an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarat firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. Methinks now where to begin. First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? I don't fucking remember. The worst kind. Well, it certainly isn't an accurate, if somewhat ambiguous impression. To expound upon that explanation, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling to the streets. That more or less aligns with my misunderstanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Ishtola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. Was there aught else which heralded the approach of the final days? Elfinel, you can answer this one too. Why isn't it? Hello? Why did my thing stop working? I think you may be misremembering. As I recall, it was more of a gradual spread. The Amoritines spoke of a keening sound that rose from the land itself just before religion was visited by catastrophe. Region, not religion. We never did hear the sound of ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. If to speak with those Numenans, Mammoths, and ask after my books, which will mention of a such sound. Last but not least, describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity. What definitive action did they take? I don't fucking remember shit. Yes, with a little bit serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. But we do not know exactly how Zodiark brought salvation to the star, only that is by his godlike will, for the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Life sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render into Zodiark, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venet and her followers not manifested their opposition in the form of Hylian. Thanks, both of you, for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. Oh yeah, me too. Well, all that freshly in my mind, it does make me wonder what the Telophori truly means when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they're doing with those powers of theirs. If forcing people to summon primals is kind of a catalyst, are they attempting to mirror the condition caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. Well, this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return to our attention to the forum, shall we? Keep an eye out for Ishtola, but 'tis the time we began studying these research papers. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books. But I won't get your hopes up. Well, I accidentally skipped one. It's even less likely the knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. Stands to reason that my colleagues, be they archons or counselors, should preface perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. When they confronted Master Fortunault, knowledge of the Telophori and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they pose a threat. He seemed adamant that the forum would know if the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the forum's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, those books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. I came to lead, not to read. You do a lot of reading. You look exhausted, but what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? The day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For a moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Ready for a tea break? Notice I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. I'll last stand down on the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. Where am I going? Alright, I'm actually gonna end it here. I may pick up tomorrow. I may play Stardew Valley tomorrow. But I'll see you at 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Thank you all for watching. If you're watching and not following, please leave a follow, it'd be much appreciated. Even with subscribing or anything else down below in the About Me section, such as follow me on Twitter, YouTube, TikTok. There's a Discord that we have, throwing gifts, Steam wish list, general donations, link tree to anyone who did art music for the stream. All that's appreciated, none of it's required, as long as you're enjoying yourself. That's all that matters here. But I'll see you guys tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. Thanks for joining.